Well, a warm welcome to everyone joining us for this Predator European Pool Championships here in Assen, Netherlands. This is a seniors and ladies 9-day event. You join us on day 2, and the match being streamed live for you all now is the quarter-final of the 55 and over seniors straight division. And this match is between Dirk Schwieders of Germany and Martijn Vonings of the Netherlands. And as I alluded to earlier, this match coming from Assen in the Netherlands. So Martijn will be looking to put in a strong performance here, and I'm sure Dirk also. Just to bring you up to speed with the straight division, it will be a race to 75. And it looks like Martijn has been put in to break. And the rules for today, are 2 balls object balls must hit a rail and the cue ball for a legal break, which Martijn has done there. However, he's not really put the cue ball tight up on this bulk line, which you would be looking to do, and as a few balls have leaked out, he's looking at the possibility of the 3 ball. Where will the cue ball be running to? Maybe he can pot this to come round the other side of the cluster. There is a small chance of a 7-10 combination, but we'll need to make sure of this 3 ball first. No. First attempt at the table was a tricky one, and decided to play it in a way where the cue ball has come round to a lovely position. Now, what can Martijn see in the cluster here? If nothing, we'll be looking to get good cue ball. Well, I said good cue ball. He hasn't got good cue ball, and it looks like the 3 ball has leaked out. So a little bit of an easier opportunity here for Dirk. And he's potted it well and left a good look on this 9 ball. And Dirk will be looking to put some points on the board here. As you can see from that camera angle, I think that 8 ball is not on. And that may force him to take the 14 down the 15 rather down the cushion. And he's used that opportunity to come into the pack. How has he come out here? And the side he's looking from now, nothing appears to be obvious. Oh, great camera angle. I think he's forced to consider the 7 here, and this isn't an easy shot. And I think the difference between Dirk and Martijn here is Martijn's a little bit taller than Dirk, although I don't even think he would be able to reach this without the rest. So difficult shot. Oh, and on these tight pockets, he's not made it. And he was a little unfortunate coming into the pack there to only be left with that difficult 7. But you would have fancied him to make it. Didn't really need to do too much with the cue ball as it was running into a bit of traffic. And Martijn, surprisingly, are not finding himself back at the table, and he's looking at a combination here. Oh, I didn't see him bringing the jump stick out. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It's not often you see the jump stick employed in a straight pool match. But clearly fancied that, and has come out of it very nicely. Now, looking at that 6-ball he's just pushed over, he's created quite a difficult cluster for himself, and if anything, he's got 2 difficult clusters to contend with. As I alluded to earlier, we saw Martijn on the TV table for his first match, and he made 2 lovely runs in that. And he seems to be riding high, very comfortable down on the shot. Doesn't seem to be taking too much time. However, with these 2 clusters, he's going to need to do something. Well, always a good tactic to employ when playing straight pool. If in doubt, bring the cue ball as central as you can to the table, and you tend to leave yourself more options than not. He's looking at an angle off. Off the 12 from that camera angle, it was tight. He didn't have much to work with, and he's forced the cue ball up towards both clusters. I'm not too sure he's come out with what he intended. So, electing to go safe and put Dirk in a tricky position, and returns with the 6 points. So now leads 6-3. Early stages of this match, as I mentioned, race to 75. But both these players very capable of taking an opportunity and running away with it. Now, Dirk has played that very nicely, but the cue ball is close to the object balls. Is he going to consider a pot whilst getting good cue ball? He did indeed, and he played that very well. And he's left him a good chance. And the 14, but he's just rushed it, and it's hung in the corner pocket. These predator tables are playing tight. They are tighter than your average pocket, and that will show. Now Dirk playing that cushion first, leaving good position on the cue ball. He'll now be having a look at which ball he will want to use to continue his break ball rather. And as you can see from our overhead there, none of the balls are in the rack. So I would consider he'll be looking at the 11 here. Well, he may have proven me wrong here and be looking at getting an angle on this 8 ball to run into the pack. Well, he's run into the 8 ball. I don't know if that's helped or hindered. The camera angle will be the judge of that. And for any newcomers to the game of straight, the balls that are remaining, the remaining 14 balls are now being racked with the head ball missing. And Dirk, the German here, has a chance to continue his run. Now, he had no angle on the 8, so has potted it and is now going to look to put Martijn in a bit of trouble. Which he has done. A very good tactic to employ in the straight discipline is to freeze up against the ball, but if it's touching or just off touching, Martijn can roll off the edge of it, which he has done. And this will leave Dirk with a tricky shot to contend with. He's having a look from this side. He could very well be looking at playing a carom off of this. Looks like he'll be playing is it the 5 off the 14? He really fancied it going, however it didn't. And in doing so, he's not only opened up the pack, he's left a very simple opener for Martijn, and he won't think twice about this. May even think about running into the pack again, which he has done, and he's come out rather nice. As mentioned, this is the 55 and over seniors straight discipline. We also have the 45 and overs discipline going on at the same time. And if you want to pick up any live scores and see how your friends and teammates are getting on, please do visit the epbf.com website, where you can watch and get live updates and links to our 2 live stream tables. My colleague Arya bringing you the action from table 1. But don't go away. Martijn has got his head down here. I think he's got away with that somewhat. I wasn't too sure if he was trying to move the 4 ball with that shot, but that was fraught with danger in itself. Looks like he's got away with it. Still a cluster in and around the rack. Something he'll need to contend with in the next few shots. Just got up a bit quick there. I think he was worried that he'd pushed the 15 up against another object ball. Ooh. Great camera angle. He may be able to slide that into the corner pocket. Probably not what he was looking for though. And as you can also see, the 1 and the 9 ball will need to be developed. He does have a nice ball next to it to develop them, but that may be the break ball he would like. So he's made a good pot there. Maybe looking for an angle here just to slide into the 9. Which he has done, and he's cleared both them balls out of the rack. leaving a very good break ball. And there may be an angle off this one ball to develop the cluster of 3 against the cushion there. As you can see, he's not afraid to do it. Oh, he looks away. Oh. Well, it looked like he was indicating he'd put them 2 balls into a little bit of trouble. But it hasn't. And now we'll be looking after this shot to get a good position on what we would call the key ball, the penultimate ball, in being the 9 in this case. He's a little bit straight, but is looking to bring this cue ball back up towards where he is now. And he's done that very well. That is a very nice position, and as I alluded to earlier, Martijn is quite a tall fellow, and he doesn't have any problems reaching shots like this, whereas for some of us, this can pose a little bit of danger as we're getting the rest out. And the score's been updated. Martijn has extended a lead to 19 now, giving Dirk a little to think about. And the key here is to understand where the cue ball is going to contact in that rack, which ball on what side, and that will give him a better indication of what he would like to do with the cue ball here. So as you can see, he's eyeing that up. Went in with a decent amount of pace and follow, and as much as he's got a good spread, I think he's in a spot of bother here. Looks like that 8 ball is covering the cluster down here. I'm not too sure how much of that 4 ball is showing. But we may see... Oh, well, we've already seen Martijn pull out his jump stick today. A relatively easier shot, although they're never easy when you're jumping and putting the cue ball in the air. However, keep your eyes peeled. No. He didn't seem to commit to it as much and didn't get over the object ball. Not a foul. However, Dirk happy to be back at the table here after Martijn developing such a good break ball. This could be just what Dirk needs. If we have a little closer look at the cluster in the middle there, nothing is frozen to each other. That should and could help Dirk develop this into a very nice run. Just taking his extension on the cue here, probably taking the 15. Which he's done, and just done run through. Looking to clear a path for the 1, perhaps into that corner pocket, which he will do here. .12 ball, nicely navigated. As you can see, just put a little bit of check side on that to hold the cue ball at this end of the table. So maybe fancying his chances to take both of these balls away here now. Well, not like that, if that was his intention. Maybe he is going to have to still go for that 4-ball. We've seen him using the rest earlier. However, that was very early in this match. And he failed to make that one, leaving it in the pocket. I dare say this is as tricky, if not trickier. As you can see from our overhead, that is a thin cut, and he has traffic in between the rest and the cue ball. High level of difficulty. He's played it well. How's the cue ball? Ooh, looks like the cue ball clipped a bit of the 6 there. And that has kept him in this very nicely. However, unless that 2-ball passes, I think he's going to have a little spot of bother after the next 2 shots. Maybe he can see the 2 now, and it does go, because he has a lovely angle here to bump the 11. How has he come out of that? He did bump the 11. The 8-ball shot down towards the short rail. Oh, as you can see from that angle, he can see the 8. And he's done very well to bring the cue ball around this side of the cluster. They all seem to be hampering each other into that right-hand corner pocket, so this is his only option, I believe. Bit of a tricky angle. He's found the gap lovely. Dirk very much looking like he's settling in now. So we'll be hoping my apologies, would be hoping to just do something with that cluster of 3. However, the 11 may pass the 9, but from this angle it doesn't look like it will go. However, he has a nice shape on this 10 ball to come back across the table for the 9 into the same pocket. Will be all about pace. And that's what he's looking to do. And with that angle, he will want to just push this 11 ball. As you can see there, they're all in and around the rack, so none of them can be used as a break ball. So he's going to have to do a little bit of maneuvering here. And this little tricky def shot. He's hit it with a bit of authority, which has pushed the 11 ball up past the midway point of the table. And that is not ideal, and to add to that, the cue ball has appeared to be frozen on the long rail, and that will make this shot even more tricky. So, clever shot. He's played that in such a way that he's left the cue ball in the rack, and that will mean the cue ball will get to be put back behind the head string on the spot even, I believe, and so could be a good angle. And as that appeared to be all Dirk could do, he's played that very well and sneaks into the lead. So my apologies, not on the spot, but behind the head string, and that really will develop it into a nice opportunity for Dirk here. He played that very well. Came into the pack very thick. And we have two balls sitting quite nicely off the bottom of the pack there. The 4 ball, the pink 4, being in an ideal position for him to run into the cluster and further develop the pack there. Maybe even from either side, so Dirk going for the 6. And popping through for the 8 or 15, has options. Thought he may have had a look at the 4 there and run into the pack. Maybe didn't feel there was a ball to easily run onto coming in at that angle. It's always nice to have a backup ball somewhere near a pocket if you're going to be running the cue ball into the pack. Now, has he left an angle on the 15 here? Ooh, looks like he wants to screw back, and he's really going to be elevating the cue here. Well, the cue ball jumped and he lost a lot of the backspin. Always a possibility with the cue that elevated and hitting with power. Well, I don't think he'll be going for a pot here, even if there was one on. He has elected to freeze the cue ball against the 9, which is a very good play here, giving Martijn not much to go for. However, Martijn is back at the table. But a very good run from Dirk, representing Germany. And Martijn just glancing off the 9, slowing the cue ball up with some backspin and making a cushion, legal shot. Well, Dirk does have a few options. It's more where he would want to leave the cue ball. Well, he's gone for the 10. Wasn't the easiest of 10s up that rail. Made it very well. So, not the best safety from Dirk, but a testament, from Martijn, but a testament to the safety that Dirk did play. Good, clever play in straight. He's played that well, and it's just come off the cushion for him there. Little scratch of the head. As you can see from that angle, the scratch of the head is because he hasn't got a shot on the 4, and I think he would have needed to have come down a long way to have got shape on that 4. So has played a similar shot to his safety before, freezing the cue ball, not doing too much with the cue ball, and he's put the object ball back into that cluster. So not useful for him. Gives Martijn a little bit of a better opportunity of playing safety here. And you can, at this level of straight pool, you will find that momentum has the best opportunity at shifting in these tight safety exchanges. On the odd occasion, a player can pick up a combination or a carom into the pack. But from this position, getting thin edges and good cue ball is very, very difficult. And Dirk electing to slide off the edge and dice with death in the corner there. He made a rail and it's deep in that tight pocket. Very delicate shot from Dirk. Played very well. Well, Martijn knew he was going to give it a chance of pushing a ball out there, but has played it very well. Kept the cue ball on this side. Not too sure he's opened up any plants down there, but Dirk hasn't had a second look, so... Yep, electing to keep that 4 in a good spot. Now, we've seen Dirk jump these before. Might not be the right opportunity to do it. So maybe looking just to come off the 2 ball here and have a similar cue ball. He certainly brought it far enough to block the 4. Dirk just having a look at what angle he's got on the 2 there. And now having a look at what he can get from this cluster. Can he play another pick and stick? As you can hear, our referee just keeping him on the clock there. Oh, the 2 ball went, and he went for it full-blooded. That was a high degree of difficulty from down there. And we were talking about momentum shifting. And Dirk, after a very nice run, has now given Martijn a good look at this rack. Well, as you look from that overhead angle there, it doesn't look like there's much going at all. And as we see Martijn give it a second inspection, he didn't really seem to raise an eyebrow at much. So it looks like he's played a no call there. Strategy play from our senior players here. They clearly bring a depth of knowledge to this game that can only be given from playing for such a long time, and a little bit of banter with the ref. And just for the viewers at home who are not understanding what exactly is going on there, that's the Martijn made a no call and potted the ball, which means that the play does turn over. However, the ball potted gets respotted in a direct line from the head ball in the rack. And our referee doing a great job putting it back in the perfect spot. And the shot being clever in as much as Martijn throws the cue ball on the cushion as well. However, Dirk has just glanced off that pack majestically. He would be very unfortunate if he's given up a shot here. Does the green stripe go? If the 14 does go, ooh, I was going to say if the 14 does go, he was going to need to maybe move a ball as well, but now not possible, and he's just run out of position a little bit, so another slide off the side of the pack. Didn't move too many balls in there either. And a little bit of chess. I'm sure viewers at home have their own opinions on this, but I believe straight pool to be one of the toughest disciplines. And I think it's for these very moments where you have to demonstrate knowledge, patience, persistence, and even sometimes just make your own little bit of luck. Have we got a little plant into the middle pocket here? What a great camera angle. I wouldn't say it's plumb, but Martijn's haven't. Oh, he did have a look. He's turned it down. So another little glance off the pack. However, the 7's kicked out a little bit, and the cue ball has come off this bulk cushion, off the short rail quite a bit. And that's going to give Dirk the opportunity to have a look at this 7 in the very least. And if he doesn't turn this down, we could see some action from that cluster of 4 next to it. No, appeared to hit that a little bit too thin, which didn't open the cluster as much as it could have. However, the 2 ball the blue 2 is in a lovely position for Martijn, and I wouldn't imagine him to turn it down. He may have come up a little bit high on this 1 ball. May have been hoping to hold for the red 3. So, a cluster of 3 there that may present him with a bit of a problem, and a thin angle on this 1. This will be a test of his pace. He's come round a little bit further than he would have hoped. Was maybe even trying to take a little nudge on the 7. Oh, does the 7 go? He's having a look at it. Oh, it does. He's played that very well. However, it looks like them 3, the cluster of 3 at the top of the rack there are frozen, and that is not a very nice angle on this red 3 ball. So, not done too much with the cue ball at all. I think this may be frozen, and I'm not too sure if this goes in the corner pocket, you know. Martijn drops his cue onto the table. Maybe he believes it does. It would be ideal if he can drop this and leave an angle on one of these balls to nudge the other. Although the 9 appears to be far enough off the pack there, but will that be moving in a moment? This is very fine. He's called this corner pocket, closest to us at home. Oh, and he's missed it. That was a tough shot. Now, it looks like Martijn was prepared to have that ball stuck back into the rack, because it doesn't look like it's a break ball from where it is. So Dirk will be wanting to take this first, and let's see what he will get on the 9. He's forced it in. It's got a slight angle. just a note, the players are on a shot clock here and do have one extension per rack, I believe. So you'll be hearing that in the background now and again, and just a little bit of added pressure for our players. When there is so much to do in straight, it can be there can be a lot of options, and a shot clock can be quite intimidating. So interesting to see how the players respond to that. Well, I think Dirk was hoping to return the favour to Martijn there with a no call on the 9 and freezing the cue ball to the short rail. However, that seems to have gone wrong. Now, both these seasoned straight pool players will have a good idea of how to get to the pack from this angle. And that is not it, I'm afraid. That's a mishit, unfortunately, by Martijn. You could see there he needed to load up and get that cue ball moving. And maybe just a little lapse in judgment as well. So, a foul, a loss of a point. And Dirk unable to play for that 9, being behind the head string, and has played a very nice safety, freezing the cue ball, but it has left Martijn with an opportunity to return the favour, and he has glued that cue ball in between 3 balls there, not leaving Dirk much at all. And as an added bonus, he's just flipped this 4 over to this side of the table near the long rail, and that gives options on both sides of the table, limiting Dirk's options here. So Dirk's just glanced off. Has he got enough pace on it to make the rail? He hasn't. And the point that Martijn just lost has now been remedied with a point loss from Dirk also, and that is an unforced error by all accounts. The 6th ball presenting an opportunity for Martijn to start a run here. Still a good clump of balls in the rack, so a lot for Martijn to do here. First, he's looking to pick off. Ooh, a little shake of the hand from Martijn there, and for our astute viewers, that strike ball wiped its feet before it went in there, and on these tight pockets could quite easily have come back out. These predator tables are keeping all of our players honest. But Martijn still at the table, now looking at options for the rack, for breaking them up. Sees an angle off this 15 and has come round far enough for it. That's a nice shot from Martijn there. He's going to be hitting this 1 ball afterwards, which will start pushing balls down towards the right hand pocket. He's played that well in getting the cue ball out of the cluster as well, as he'd been left with an easy opportunity. Not from this angle. He's left with a very tight cut on the 3. Cue ball will be running. Oh, he's played that with a lot of side and got the cue ball back into the cluster. He's done very well to do that. However, he's not given himself an opportunity Great angle from the camera there, showing how he's frozen the cue ball up against the pink stripe. Dirk just having a look over at the 15 here. Ooh. Well, I'm not too sure if that was exactly how he wanted to play it, but it's a legal shot. And he's left a very thin cut down the rail, down this short rail on the 11. The ball will be running up towards this cluster around the rack. Which he did run into, however, he didn't run into them thick enough, and that cue ball has run back up to this short rail at the top of the table, and that is going to make this next shot rather difficult. And with all the balls spread in the way that they're spread, you would fancy Dirk to take advantage of a mistake here. So, a bit of extra pressure on this shot. A little bit of body movement did not help, and as I alluded to, a miss there would give Dirk a good sniff of an opportunity. He's got a similar cut down the cushion here. Took a little bit of the short rail on the way and maybe didn't hit it the way he wanted to, as this cue ball has run up and frozen on the 3. Still got a nice look at the 10. The cluster of 3 in the rail there, the 8-7-2. He may be able to clip the 8 into the corner pocket off the back of that cluster, which would certainly open options. And if not, he's just eyeing up an angle off the 1, but that 1 does look like a good position for a break ball. Maybe the 8 doesn't go. However, it looks like the 7 will be pushing the 8 over towards the bottom left corner, depending on how he comes into this cluster of 3. Well, he slid off the top of the 2. The 7 and the 8 didn't move as much as they could have. And the 2 is not in the worst break ball position, but I think he'd like a better one. Ooh. Looked like he was trying to do that exactly there, and he has. He has pushed that 7 ball beautifully out of the rack, and now he will be looking to put this cue ball on a 6pence for the key ball. Well, that was very good vision and good knowledge from our German Dirk there, pushing that 7 ball out of the rack. Hopefully that will pay him dividends here, but this is not an easy 3. Oh, and he's come across it thin. Exhale of breath from Dirk after the shot was played, and as you could see from that camera angle there, pretty much straight away he'd come across it thin. And these beautiful predator tables are not forgiving in the slightest. But that ball is tight in there, which can always present a bit of a challenge. Well, I think Martijn's played that very well there. Dirk will be rather disappointed after doing so well in getting that 7 ball into a great position. And we will get Martijn will have the opportunity to take advantage of Dirk's great shot. Will he do so? And the score, keeping it very tight, Martijn Vonings is leading 34-33 against our German Dirk Schwedes. Well, the first rule of straight pool is to make the break shot, which he hasn't done. And in doing so, he's played it very well and opened up the balls nicely. So much so that Dirk will be jumping out of his seat at this opportunity. So the very 7 ball he pushed into the break ball position will be opening up his break here. So a little hint of irony in the air. Let's see how he composes himself with what is in front of him here. He does have a cluster to worry about. However, he may want to just deal with a little bit of traffic down on the short rail, because they will be blocking the balls coming out of that cluster. Well, Dirk does have an angle here. However, I'm not too sure if there's much value in him running into the pack here and maybe caught between 2 shots. He's rattled the 6. And very much an unforced error. Just goes to show the tension is still on this table, being so close in score. Wow. And Martijn has absolutely clobbered that, hoping that the object ball he hit was running into the pack and opening them up, which they did. However, he did run the risk of putting the cue ball safe. He hasn't, though. He does have the opportunity to clear a few of these balls now out on the short rail here. And he may pick up an angle off one of them to come into this cluster. A quick little scout of the situation would suggest that the 1 and very possibly the 8 could be good break balls for whoever makes it to the closing stages. Martijn certainly hoping it will be him here. Well, he's moved the 8. Just inspecting. It looks like the 211 cluster there. Maybe there's something a bit tricky he spotted. Might want to try and do something about that sooner rather than later. The cue ball has run on a bit too much. Don't know, just a little look away from Martijn, but he doesn't give too much away. He was looking at what the 2 ball would do after potting the 11. And well, he has come out with options. A tricky 9 and a thin cut into the centre. Taking on the 9 ball. Cue ball will be running, either looking to contact another ball to slow it down, or didn't contact another ball and hit it at a pace where if he didn't, he was going to find the cue ball down this end of the table, which will add more pressure. Not on the cushion, so easier cueing, but still not an easy shot. Well, he's hit that lovely. Run into the 1. But it looks like the 2 has developed into a nice break ball down there as well, so Martijn has put himself in a nice position here. Well, he's probably wanting to eye up the blue 2 as his break ball. He does have the stripe into the center as his key ball, where he will be able to just freeze the cue ball into it and leave himself a perfect angle for a break on the 3. And he's done that very well. Gives him a good opportunity to keep this run going, now that he's just stretching the lead a little. So, a couple of unforced errors in this match. We are in the quarterfinals, so this is sudden death now. And both players eagerly wanting to make it through to the semis. Our semis will be brought to you an hour from now. Mark your calendar. Who will we see from this match in our semi-finals? Remains to be seen. And second time in a row, Martijn has missed the object ball, and one has been potted. Sadly, that will get replaced. We don't need the ref for that. Martijn has put that back on the spot, but more importantly, he's turned over play to Dirk. And we could consider this a critical part of the match. Martijn was just stretching his legs out there and was starting to run away with it after it had been very close up until that point. So Dirk can snuff out the fire here. And he's got an angle to come into the pack. How has that cue ball come out? It's frozen against the 6. It's going to limit his options. He may have options on the 10 and 11 here. It's a thin cut on the 10, but it's awkward cueing for the 11. Oof. Well, he's going to have to call his extension here. While he uses his extension, this is a tricky shot, and you know in the back of Dirk's mind he's wanting to continue this run to take advantage of Martijn's mistake. He's made it. Great shot. Left himself shape on the 10. there's a couple of little clusters there, but you fancy that if Dirk can pick off this 12 and the 14, we may be into seeing him put a good number here together. Now, I think he wanted to pop the cue ball off the cushion a bit more there, but still has a nice angle on this. Bit of a thinner cut. That 5's going to be rolling. Oh, and he's just taken his eye off the pot there. Yeah, I think he wanted to come off the cushion a little bit more. Maybe that was playing on his mind, but you'd have fancied him to make that. Didn't really need to do too much. Brings the score back to 6 points. He trails now 40-46. What has he left Martijn here? Well, a relatively simple 3-ball was what was left. Now, from this angle, it looks like there is nothing that will go to the right-hand pocket. So he's presented with the 8, the black 8 ball into the middle. 2 trickier shots into the corner bags at the bottom of our screen. He's taken the 8. He's managed to slip around the balls. Now, he does have the opportunity to punch this stripe into the corner pocket. With a lot of right-hand side, no, he's not doing that. To come back into the pack, he's electing to come up for this 7. Well, from this side of the table, or rather from the side that Martijn is, if he can get the cue ball down to where he was just there, he does have the opportunity for the 1 and the 11 in the opposite corner. So has options. May have an angle here if he wanted to run into them, or I'm just wondering if that stripe on the left of the cluster of 3 there goes into the top left corner from where we're looking. You'd have to play it very soft. No, from this angle it does not look like that will play. And Martijn has brought an unforced error of his own. Well, Dirk's just having a look at that shot as well. From our camera angle, that did not look on. Dirk just sliding off, lovely pace, opening up the 1 and the 11 for himself. The 11 has an angle to go into that little cluster of 3. May elect to take this one first. He has, and he's played that in a way where he looks like he's left the 1 ball for himself. Now, what did he push out of the rack? Has he left himself a break ball, or has he still got a little bit more work to do? We'll see from how he plays this 1. Oh, he's played that with a deft touch. He's got a good look at this 15 into the middle. Yeah, Dirk taking full advantage of this opportunity, and from this angle you can see the 15 is off the rack, so that will be his break ball by the looks of it. So This will be all about pace. He's going to play this 6 in the top left corner and swing it round 2 angles. And would ideally like to finish centre table. So with the extension on the cue, how is his pace? It looks rather good, ladies and gentlemen. And that puts him in a very good position. But as you've noticed, Martijn the last 2 times has missed the break shot. Just shows the pressure that is on that shot itself. So a little bit of extra composure needed. Dirk bringing the score back towards level. So the momentum shifting evenly and nicely at the moment. Let's see how Dirk breaks here. Well, he played it at such a pace. Where everything has leaked out underneath the rack. And he's been forced to take the plant on and made it successfully. Always a little bit nervous with the cannon, but he, like I mentioned, a few have pushed off the bottom of the rack here, so he's got a couple of options. He may want to just play this 8 gently and leave an angle on the 5, or he's going to play the 5 now. Well, as you can see from that angle, that stripe is off the side of the pack. Looks like the 14. Was it the 13? Dirk is now in the way, but that is off the pack and will allow him to just nudge the 1 ball, and he's played that in such a way that he's left the 12 lovely. That's a very nice shot. Just a quick update for our viewers. In our other quarterfinals match, Martin Steinlager has beaten Miroslav Kremenovic by 75-31, progresses to the semis. And Enrique Correa has bested Mauro Violetto 75-7 in a convincing win. And on the other table, we have Rainer Witzbitsky, who has beaten Frank Wilner by 75-2. So 3 of our semi-final places up. And let's find out if it's Dirk or Martijn who will progress to finish the semi-final matchup. Well, another one of these tricky rest shots for Dirk. He has made one. Yeah, this is close. Martijn just having a little careful look as well. And I don't blame him. He's played that very well. However, I'm not too sure he's got another shot. So unless he can see something that we can't, we could be seeing a safety here. Oh, from that angle, great overhead angle. Doesn't look like there's any plants on. Oh, where's the cue ball going? Is that a lapse of judgment from Dirk? It is indeed, and that's a foul. Not only will he give up a point, but he's going to give that cue ball back into a nice position for Martijn. Ooh. That's such a critical point in the game, bringing it back to 51-50. Takes the lead by 1 point. But Martijn at the table. Where's the cue ball going again? I'm afraid to say, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I didn't expect to see that. I'm not sure if Martijn was hoping to run into the stack, but he didn't. He missed it, and that cue ball kept tracking up towards the corner pocket. That's the second scratch in a row. Now, ball replaced in line with the head ball. What options does Dirk have as the score is just adjusted with the -1? So Martijn returns to 49. Well, he's glanced off of it there. No cushion. Well, that's what it looked like. Martijn has played that softly and come off the rail. So I haven't heard the referee. I was just wondering if that was 2 fouls in a row, which would put pressure on this shot, as a third foul will incur a significant penalty. He hasn't fouled, however, he's given Martijn a good position here. The pack hasn't opened up too much. There's a cluster of 4 there, which still will present Martijn with a problem. However, he's left a relatively easy opener here with the 7. May even take the 10. And just run into the 15. That's actually a nice little nudge. He can follow through the 4 here to open up that cluster of 4. Oh, he may have he wanted to leave himself the 6. He knew he had the 15 as backup, but that cue ball has frozen solid. So he is hampered by not 1, but 2 object balls between him and the cue ball. So high bridge. Oh, yep. Well, that made the difficulty of that shot a lot harder. And a tight middle pocket. And we find Dirk back at the table. Only trailing by 1 point. Oh, and he's picked up a plant in that pack there. And the cue balls come into a lovely position. Yeah, Martijn will be disappointed there. He's played 2 mistakes in quick succession at a key part of this match. Both players over the 50 mark, race to 75. And Dirk, just having a look at the rack here, these 2 balls are not sitting far enough away from the rack, if at all, but has left a nice little angle here that he could push into that red solid 3. A delicate shot. No, he has elected not to move it. So will we see him taking position for a break shot on the 15, and will he try and play a shot similar to the shot he played earlier and freeze the cue ball in the rack to give it back to ball in hand, to himself, of course. We've seen him do it once already. Yes, that's exactly what he's done. So again, these players showing their knowledge of the game, and rather than trying to move around object balls, they played it in such a way that now he can pick his angle into the pack. And the cue ball, rather, the 15 is just this side of the center pocket. So he's going to need to get into this a bit, unless he comes off the short rail first. Well, I think he was caught between two there. I think he needed to get into it more with a bit less pace if he wanted to screw into them, and he's completely missed the pack. Well, he's played a shot that's not a foul there, but that 5 ball looks like it's just popped off the top of the rail, and I think Dirk will be kicking himself there, as he had what I would consider as a very good position to continue his run there. Now, has he put Martijn in trouble, or has Martijn got a shot on this 5? And even if he has, I don't think he has, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Sticking that cue ball up against the 8 and the 7 and the 6. And he's left the 5 in a position where it could be cut in from most of the top of the table. That is really going to narrow down Dirk's options here. Well, he's tried to play that in a way where the cue ball has come up against a long rail, but it's bounced off and is going to leave this thin cut on. There's a chance the cue ball's going to run into the 9 here, though, which may flatten it out, which it has done. And in flattening it out, it's not allowed an opportunity on anything at the bottom of the stack, so he's going to be forced somewhat to have a look at this long 9. The only obvious next shot would be the orange stripe just off to the left hand side of our screen there. Well, he's given that a lot of whip and has brought the cue ball back here. Has he left himself a thin cut? Well, it's a thin cut on this 13, which he's missed. And has left it near the pocket. I'm not too sure the value in taking that shot. The cue ball was always going to be coming down this end of the table and was not going to leave Martijn with much to look at afterwards. So I don't know if that was a lapse in judgment or he really fancied this shot afterwards, but it doesn't matter now. Dirk is at the table. And he has an angle to go into the pack, which he's taken advantage of. And he's played that rather well. He's opened up a good chunk of them balls. And as we're getting to the business end of this straight match race to 75, you're going to start to notice they're going to be considering how many balls they need to finish. Well, Dirk has played a nice shot to open up that cluster. However, the cue ball's leaked out a little bit tight onto the short rail. Thin cut on the 4. A little tester on this 8. A little tester on the 8, ladies and gentlemen, to keep his run going, to take 60. Very nice composure. So now 15 away from the win, a full rack of balls, so he's certainly going to need these and some. But what he has done is he's opened them up in such a fashion that he's got a couple of choices of break balls, and everything appears to have a pocket. Maybe the 10 hampering the 14 a little. Let's see how Dirk navigates his way through this traffic here. You have to think Martijn's a bit disappointed. I think in the balance he probably had a couple of better chances than Dirk even. Will missing them 2 break opportunities come back to haunt Martijn? Not too sure if Dirk wanted to come back far enough for this, an easier shot on this 11, but he's taking it on anyway. Or is he? That's a bit of a tricky ask. Well, as I mentioned earlier, he has all 3 of these balls around the cue ball here could be break balls for himself. He's going to have to take the 10 here. And now I would suggest he's going to take the 14, the green stripe, and look to get position on this red striped 11 here. Key shot to get on the key ball. Well, this isn't going to be far off the angle that he wanted. He keeps the shot quite tight. Oh, and he's pushed it through. He's played that very well. Has he come up far enough? Ooh. He may have just come up far enough, but you know, he's going to be having to put so much action on that cue ball to get anything out of it if there is an angle. Well, we'll have to find that out. But here we are. We are at 67 to 53. Both players fully capable of closing this out if given the opportunity. Dirk with the table. However, dare I say it, without looking a little bit tighter, this 6 is too straight to do much with. If he's got anything, I'm sure he'll use it. Dirk Schwiers needs 8 to close out this quarter-final. Will we see it from this visit? Looks like a lot of topspin. Well, you could say that the cue ball missing the pack was a blessing. He didn't make the 6. I think he was trying to do a little bit too much with it, which always increases the level of difficulty with the shot. I think he'd have fancied potting it, to be fair. However, he's left Martijn with a shot on the 6, an opportunity to run into the pack. Looks like Martijn is just taking this opportunity to have a quick break. And as I just mentioned, in our other quarter-final results have come through. So our semi-finals at the moment, that we hope will be starting in the next 35 minutes, will be between Martin Steinlager and Correa Enrique. And the other semi-final will be between Rainer Vertspitsky and the winner of this match. So please stay tuned. As I mentioned, we have 2 tables being streamed to you at the moment. Obviously the other match has finished on the other table, and that was with my colleague Aya, who will be joining you all on this table for the next match as Martijn comes back to the arena. Dirk was just taking the opportunity there to have a drink, just having a think about that missed 6. He'll be hoping to come back to the table. Martijn will be having other ideas. This is going to need to be hit precisely. Nope. Was not an angle on that he fancied. So he's erred on the side of precaution. Maybe that would be the benefit of the break he's just taken. A bit more composure and patience. I'm sure he's been in this position before. Now, it appears he's frozen that cue ball up against the 1 ball, which will prove very fruitful if it has. Yep, leaving just a look on the 7 for Dirk here. I don't know what side of the 7 he can see, though. I'm sure he'd ideally like to come round the back of all of these balls up onto the short rail at the top of the table as we're looking at it. Because that 12 ball has leaked into a lovely position near the top left corner pocket. So, Dirk calling the bank, feeling that that is his best tactic, is the best form of defense-offense, not in this, or rather on this occasion. And as much as he's left a thin cut, he's also left quite a nice shot up into this corner pocket at the bottom right of our screen. Ooh. Pocket speed certainly helped there. I actually thought he was going to run through for the 7, but clearly he's wanting an angle off this 3. Fancies that if he's going to have a go, he's got to have a go now. He's going to need this rack and a few more, though, to make the finish line. Oh, that's come out rather nice. He's played that very well. And although he has one cluster of balls stuck together, I do fancy that one of them will make the corner pocket, so if Martijn wanted to ask the question now, this would be the time to ask it. He's just had another glance at them two. I do feel that if he potted the blue two, he would open up the pocket for the 15 ball. So maybe feels he needs to get these two out now, the 9 and the 2. Oh, he's hit that a little bit harder than maybe he'd hoped. He's having a good look at it. Yeah, he got a little bit more effect than he intended. It's okay. He still has options. And he may just elect to float through so he can clear this 2 out the way next. Yeah, not a bad shot. Just having a look from the overhead. That 4 ball is, well, it's close enough to the rack to become a break ball for sure. I think he would like to have a ball a little bit closer to the rack though. And he's put a bit more venom on that one as well. I'm not too sure it needed to be struck that hard. A little bit of tension creeping in the arm. Understandable at this stage of the match. He's back to 62 points. So, after clearing the blue 2, he has left an opportunity for this 15. It's a tricky little shot. Oh, I don't know if he stabbed at that a little bit, but he's missed it. And yeah, that tension in the arm may be just getting to him a little bit. May have hoped that break would have just calmed the nerves somewhat. Maybe it didn't do what was intended. Dirk is at the table and he is staring down. A good opportunity here. He needs 8. That was one of them. So he's going to need these and a good break with a couple more to close out this match. So not over yet, as we've seen from a couple of the previous break shots. Not going to plan for either player. Maybe in the main Dirk has had the better of them, but still. Both players not having it all their way when it comes to the break, so is there still going to be a twist and a turn? Well, we talked about the 4 being a potential break ball. Just having a look what Dirk's looking at here. I'm just wondering if he's going to consider potting it now. And he's going to contend with this to leave the 10 as his break ball. I was actually thinking that he may want to use this one as his break ball where it was positioned. However, he's tried to do it again for the 3rd time in the match, ladies and gentlemen. Has he? Little wry smile from Martijn. Ho ho, he has. Well, Dirk Schwieders from Germany showing us experience and, well, he needs this ball plus 2 more to close this match out. And as I said, the breaks have not been going their way. especially in the way that they would have hoped. So this could be the biggest shot of the match for Dirk so far. He's played that well. He's leaked out 2 balls lovely, the 2 and the 6. You would feel that Dirk could take this out with a good deep breath. And I have to say it's a shame for Martijn. He did look like he had the ability to close this out, but I think made more of the unforced errors, and rather Dirk took advantage of them. So, this 6 to win the match.
Yes!
And a little scream from Dirk there as he shakes Martijn's hand. A tough match, closing it out at 75 to 62. And just to give you a reminder here that our semi-finals from the other quarter-final match and this one will be taking place in 25 minutes at 3 o'clock Central European time. I just want to thank you all for joining us for this match, and a congratulations to both our players for great performances. My name's Gethin Davis, and please stay tuned. I look forward to joining you later today.
Clinches for the semi-finals have been assigned to the tables as far as possible. Players may start their practice, but do not start your matches. We will start all semi-finals at the same time for an announcement. Thank you.
after the rack is finished, if you want to help with the balls, please do so, but wait until all the balls are done. Yeah, don't. When I place the cue balls for the light, don't touch the cue ball. Okay.
And in the finish, shall we help you to?
If you want to help, of course, but wait for the balls to stop.
You know, because sometimes we have to use it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we will start on time. There will be announcements, so. And when you are done with your cues, and you take your cue cases outside this.
Okay. So the cue case there.
Yeah. For you as well. Welcome.
Hi, where are you at?
I ran out of shampoo, so I had to do the next best thing.
So for him it's 5 seconds for shot, right? 5
Oh yeah.
seconds.
3 seconds.
And
Okay, I'll give you 10. I'll be fair.
because I'm smaller, so I need more time. The ideas don't come.
Yeah, my cheers are so big. I feel the start of this, what you told me. What did you say?
What?
I didn't hear what you started.
You can ask him, yeah, it's the 35 time for shot and all this
Okay.
blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
There's one thing.
Yes.
Do you write down the points?
We have a scorekeeper for that.
Okay.
So
that's nice. Okay,
all you
then
have to
I
do is play.
shoot. Yeah, okay, that's nice.
And for every shot, it's 35 seconds, including the break shot.
Yeah.
After the break shot, you have 1 minute. One extension, 25 per player.
Don't.
If you call an extension and I don't repeat it, that means I didn't hear it. So please try again.
Can I practice?
Of course, yeah. I just want to wipe the rails,
Okay.
so it's nothing clean. There you go.
afterwards some tables were.
They get the experience. The idea is here when you are on the carpet, you know by yourself
Right,
your
it's
experience.
knowledge.
And
After a while of
yes.
sitting.
Here is not the carpet that you stay. It's just different we play. It's not like we stay 2 weeks.
assume if you win the lag, you will make the opponent break.
I will think about it.
Good answer.
Think now, you still have time.
Extension.
That was your, for the first rack you have used yours.
Maybe he announces a ball and enters.
welcome to the Bonte Wever Hotel in Assen and the Predator European Seniors Championships, organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. Our first medal event's coming straight full and we're at the semi-final stage. Firstly, on table 4 with the over 55s, from Germany, Rainer Verspitsky. And he's playing also from Germany, Dirk Schredes. Into the arena on table 3, it's 45 plus division. Andrea Grosso of Italy. And he's up against, from Austria, René Sommerregger. On table 2 is the second 55 plus semi-final. From Germany, Martin Steinlager. And from Portugal, Enrique Correa. And finally, on table one, it's the second 45 plus semi-final. From Portugal, Jorge Tinoco. And finally, from Finland, Janne Huttunen. All matches are to 75 and our match referees are on table 4, Alexander Vulovic of Serbia. On table 3, Serdar Karadag of Turkey. On table 2, Pentti Seppänen of Finland. And here on table 1, Daniel Meyerhofer of Switzerland. Gentlemen, will you please lag for the break?
Well, of course.
And straight into the semi-finals in the 55 plus seniors event, the straight pool division discipline. And as you can see, our featured match will be the defending champion Enrique Correa from Portugal versus Martin Steinlager from Germany. A lot of pool action coming your way today. And well, as far as this match, I'm looking forward to this. My name is Arya Sorabi. I will be trying to talk you through this match. As you can see, this match is officiated with our match official, so a lot to play for. It's Martin who won the leg, and not very uncommon, he's put his opponent in. You see this often in straight pool. Whoever wins the leg usually puts his opponent in. And that's mainly because more often than not you always get an opening shot, such as the case here, this long shot here on the 8 ball. Very makeable. Not 100% guarantee, of course. Play that confidently. Nice pot, nice opening pot. I've tried to do some research on Martin Steinlager from Germany. Well, it's actually the second year he's participating in the seniors event, but his most recent form actually was in the Euro Tour, the Dutch Open, that was finished prior to this event in the same venue. Just failed to reach the last 16, so he's still got a lot of pool mileage in his arm in this event alone, so that should help him and put him in good stead. But of course he's taking on the defending champion Enrique Correa, and he's no stranger to the podium and winning medals, but most significantly, he seems to have found the perfect formula ever since the 2023, where we had separate divisions, the 45 plus bracket as well as the 55 plus bracket in the seniors. Well, his most recent year, 2024, was by far his most successful campaign by Henry Correa in the European Championships. In last year European Championships, he's won 2 gold medals and 2 silvers. The gold medals coming into straight pool and the 8 ball. Needless to say, the 9 and the 10 ball, he became runner-up. So this 55 plus event suits him down to the ground. However, trying to putt the 14, he's missed it. But the worst part is he's left such an angle for his opponent. He can easily develop the pack there if he wants to. And I think that's the right shot, the aggressive shot. Ooh. Martin had other plans there. Well, when you look at the pack from this angle, you can see that 10 and a 3 are a possible combination. Must have been another option available to him as well.
High.
Extension.
Extension.
Korea's plan didn't work out for him. Well, in the previous shot, Martin had a great opportunity to develop the pack. He's got the same scenario here. Surely he'll take on this aggressive shot this time around. Yes, he done. And he didn't make contact with the pack as he would have wanted. He's just managed to hit the side. That's why he's lost his cue ball as well. Although this cut on the 15 into the side pocket does send the cue ball into the pack once again. And this time the separation is far better. Not so sure whether it can get through to the putting angle on the pink stripe. I believe it's the 12 ball. If not, might have to take on this 7. It's a tricky shot. Yeah, I could see enough of it. He's looking to putt the 2 after this, and that would free up the 10 ball, as it's a little bit congested right now at the moment. He was trying to avoid the 5 and playing position on the 5. It's still okay, but there's a little bit more mileage to do with his cue ball here. And this 5 ball isn't a guarantee. Made that look easy. Now with his angle here on the 7, a gentle on and off the side rail should do the trick. Nice in close range on the 3, always handy. as the referee is re-racking the 14 remaining balls. This achievement in itself is already the highest finish so far in Martin Steinlage, his senior campaign. So whatever happens, he's already secured a medal. But of course, as you can imagine, he won't settle for bronze. He's hoping to go further and then at least reach the final. He hit the break ball well, but the pack didn't really open up superbly, so first and foremost he needs to collect a couple of the loose balls here before he can nudge the pack once again. He's lost his cue ball there. Ooh. All in all, he might consider himself a little bit lucky, because he tried to develop a few more of the previous angle he had, and well, as you could see, and that's gone wrong. That's all started from that attempt to develop a few more, and he's hit it so thin, lost his cue ball, nearly scratched, and that long pot attempt was not close, I'm afraid. Enrique has got several options available to him. He could even take on the 13 if he wishes. Had a little slight angle on the 5 ball there. Couldn't really separate the pack too much there. Although that 9-10 seems to be a doable combination into the top left corner pocket, so that might have come out handy. Oh, already called the 10 ball, so apparently that's ended up nicely for him. Had to hit the 9 ball a lot thinner to create the putting angle, but now he's still okay. But all of the balls remaining at the table seem to be at least touching the rack line, as you can see. So might have to develop one of them. Otherwise, the break ball will be returning on the head spot. And how do you like that for a break ball? Not so convinced now that he can continue this run. Remains to be seen how he goes about this situation. Needless to say, the cue ball didn't do what he was expecting from it. He's trying to cover the 2-ball there. There's no real harm done unless Martijn pulls out a very attacking shot. He can power this 2-ball in, but he wasn't interested in that. He's trying to pot the 2, but that is a mistake because this angle, it is feasible to send your cue ball into the pack with some right spin. You should be able to make contact with the pack. Had a bit too much backspin on the cue ball there. That's why he's missed the pack. Martijn Steinlager, a little unfortunate there. Was hoping to get a bit more cooperation from the pack. I believe Enrique just left a gap to get through to the putting angle on the 7. And if that's the case, Martijn doesn't need to do anything with his cue ball, just make sure of the 7. It was slightly off straight, and well, you could see he hit it full ball. That's why it didn't go in, because it was not straight.
Time. Extension.
Seems like Enrique has just landed on the 3 ball. That's a bonus. It's looking like he's going to use this 10 ball to go into the pack once again. And that's a much better shot. That should have opened up the pathway to clear the table here. If you've just joined us, welcome. You're watching the 55 plus seniors bracket. It's the straight pool semifinals. Enrique Correa, title defender, versus Martijn Steinlage. And if you're wondering what the actual scoreline is, this is the updated scoreline, as we have a match official, one in the arena, making sure the players are playing within the time limit, because there is a shot clock in operation, as well as a separate match official who's manually putting on the potted balls on the scoreboard. So the scoreline you're looking at is the most actual scoreline, with Enrique Correa at the table. He's lost his cue ball a little bit, Enrique, and it's looking like he wants to drop this one in, I believe. That's a very delicate shot. That's okay. Didn't want to flirt with the pack there. Has he been unlucky there. Not so sure whether he can get through to the putting angle to see the 4, and if that's not the case, not so sure what he's on, if he is on anything. Yeah, forced to play safe. I bet he didn't see this outcome coming. And well, don't know about you guys, but that doesn't, I wouldn't consider that as safe. Martin electing to play a bit more aggressive. I like it.
High.
Having said that, he's under hit that by, well, at least 2 or 3 inches. This 2 ball still cuts, but it should have been a lot easier than this. And that's worked out nicely. As is always, once you lose your cue ball even a slight bit, usually it takes 1 or 2 recovery shots. Well, he did it within 1, so that was a nice recovery shot. Martin Steinlager, what have you done? He's done all the hard work there and he's missed probably his easiest shot so far in this match. He's to go twice across, side rail, and doesn't want to land straight. This is okay. This is more than enough angle to work with. So that was a very good positional shot there by Enrique. Martin Steinlager called for a timeout. We'll get 6 minutes to return to the table. So in the meanwhile, you can have a quick look on the scoreline on the other semi-final. And that other semi-final is participated in an all-German affair. Dirk Schwedes versus Rainer Wierzbicki. And it's the latter, Rainer Wierzbicki, who is in front 37-18. Enrique, of course, is eligible to continue his run, as there is a match referee available as well, so he's still continuing. Basically, the timeout of his opponent has no effect on his rhythm, or it shouldn't at least. That's a very unfortunate outcome there by Enrique. He tried to develop the pack and now he's only left with this very tricky cut shot on the 13. Actually, he's called a bank shot, so this is quite an attacking shot. Can't be missed, these. Yeah, as you could see, it wasn't really close. And as far as Martin Steinlager is concerned, he just returned in time back to the table, back from his timeout. Maybe there's a chance to use the 9 to run into the 8 and the 12 in hope to develop them even further, but that's not worked out in his favor. I don't think he can get to the 13 now, so it's either going to be a risky bank shot or he might have to play safe. Either way, yeah, he's called a bank shot, Martin Steinlager. Long straight back, That's in. What a great shot, but once again, not been particularly rewarded for that shot. So this time around, I do believe he has to play safe. And he's trying to play safe on the, well, on this, from this angle, it's the top side. From the main camera, it's the right side. And I think he's done pretty well. He has left a combination on for Enrique, but it's
13 ball, corner pocket.
with a lot of risk. He's called the combination Enrique, so he will be going for it. It's hard to tell whether the pink stripe, the 12, is a suitable break ball. If not, well, it's clearly not, because otherwise Martin would not have taken it on. Had a clear vision here. He has an angle to work with, but I'm almost inclined to say top this on and off the rail. But this angle is more than suffice for him to continue this run. It's not the best split. It's got one shot here into the bottom left corner pocket. Safely in. Once again, he's tried to force something out of that situation, but it's not really paid full dividends. Might have to take this 9. I don't think the 10 goes into the middle pocket. That same 10 ball, I'm wondering whether that does put into the top left corner pocket. Well, maybe it doesn't. I think if it would, it'd probably be already down on that shot. I'm looking to possibly make this 11-15 combination. It's a risky one because it doesn't look that set on for me. I think he clearly feels it goes. But let's not forget, This match is played with a shot clock in operation, so he's already took up this extension. Needs to decide now what he wants to do. There is an angle on this 6 ball to create a few more. Might have to play a power topspin shot here. It's pretty much all that there is available to him. Oh, well, it's called the 15 ball as a combination. Still needs to do something with that cluster, of course. You could do so from this 11 ball if he wants to. Got the perfect angle on it. At worst case scenario, he's always got the 4 ball, but maybe the 5 ball will tempt him. The only problem with the 5 ball is, with this angle, it looks like inevitable for his cue ball to make contact with the 1. And I believe the 10-5 seemed to be a very makeable combination. So much so he's already called it and played for it, so I mean, unless he develops a alternative ball, it seems almost certain that he has to continue the run hitting the pack from the backside, although that 7 ball is now run into a much more conventional position, if you like. So nothing extravagant to do with his cue ball, just stun up table and use the 7 as a breaking ball. So that was a very delicate positional shot he's played there. Lovely touch. The match well and truly in the balance, so be interesting to see who manages to pull away with it. Still okay, it's got this 6 ball into the side pocket. cue ball a little bit locked up there, but still has a couple of easy pots available to him. Nearly the commentator's curse got him. Barely dropped. Not so sure whether he was trying to push the 13 on and off the rail. Needs to be careful if he wants to putt this 13. He'd do with some extra few seconds. Cannot take these cut shots for granted. Oh, there you go. That 13 hit the top rail and never actually threatened the pocket. Don't know why, but just felt like he was taking the 13 a little bit too casual. Well, it's resulted into a overturn. And Enrique, well, was failing to reach the 10 ball. It resulted into a miscue, and what a reprieve for Martin Steinlager. It's always handy when you make a silly error, you get back to the table quite swiftly. Just makes it a lot easier to process these mistakes. Had no other choice to play that 13 a little bit harder, just to inject some side spin on the cue ball. Doesn't have to do a lot with his cue ball, just roll it through 1 or 2 inches for the 5 in the middle, right center pocket, that is. Just like that. You might have heard a ripple of applause. That was for the other semi-final in the same event, the 55 plus seniors. So we do have our first finalist, and it's by the name of Rainer, let me just pronounce his name correctly, Wierzbicki, who defeated his opponent Dirk by 75-19. So he awaits the winner of this match. As you can clearly see, this match is well in the balance, and you tend to think whoever gets to produce one more last push, 20 odd series should do the trick. And in theory, it's Martin who has the best chance so far. He's got a nice opening to try and disturb that cluster of 3 balls. Might have been a little bit unfortunate, although you can see the 9 ball, I believe, but well, he's straight down on this long pot. This is not a guarantee, but wow, he's made it look very easy. Solid pot. Don't know whether he can just push the 4. Oh wow, I thought he missed 8 ball for a second there. And the only reason for that is, of course, he was a bit busier into creating the 4 ball as the perfect breaking ball. Luckily enough for him, the 8 ball dropped. So after this 11 and the 1 ball, he's only 14 balls up. Wow. There you can see, I think much like him, I took that 11 for granted. And what a surprising return to the table for Enrique. I'm sure he did not expect a miss on the 11 there. Not absolutely perfect on this 11. Might have to go forward. Of course, in straight pool, it is a call shot in operation. Failed to pot the ball as in the intended corner pocket. What another great chance for Martin Steinlage here. Such is the scoreline. He would need one ball after the break if he goes on to clear the table, of course.
Table, corner pocket.
And that's gone awkward. Might have to take the 6 here. Like I said a bit earlier during this match, this is by far his best achievement in the European Championships Seniors, or European Championships in general for Martin Steinlage. It's the first time he's guaranteed of a medal, but obviously he'll give it his all to reach the final. Only 11 pots away. Should be okay. He's got that 14 into the right center pocket. Here you can see he needs 9 pots and there's only 8 available at the table, so if he goes on to clear the table, he'll need one more shot after the break. And he could use the 7 or the 1, whichever way he prefers to go about this, as the breaking ball. Usually the right-handed players prefer the right side of the table because it's a little bit easier to reach.
Extend.
With that 7-ball down, it's obvious that the 1 will be the breaking ball. So doesn't have to leave himself huge angle, just enough to disturb the pack and put 1 more ball after the break.
You need 2 points. You need 2 points.
Martin Steinlager on the verge to reach his first European seniors final, and I'm sure he's on the 6th ball. So this routine 6th ball for the win. Yeah, huge congratulations to Martin Steinlager, who reaches, I'm sure, a milestone in his pool career. He will prevail to the final, where he will meet his fellow German countryman Rainer Wierzbicki. That match will be available as well. Keep an eye out on the streams, as we have a lot of pool coming your way. For now, thank you for your time and attention. It was a pleasure. My name is Arya Surabi, and we'll be back with the remaining of the European Championships of the day. Bye for now.
to Assen here in the Netherlands in the finals of the straight pool division of the Predator European Seniors Pool Championships organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. Firstly, on table 2, in the 45 plus category, will you welcome from Portugal, Jorge Tinaco. And his opponent this afternoon from Italy, Andrea Grosso. And on to table 1, we're in the 55 plus division and an all-German final. Firstly, welcome Martijn Steinlager. And his opponent this afternoon, Rainer Werspinski. It's a race for 75. And your match referees are Alexandra Ballas of Romania on table 2. And here on table 1, Bojana Banda of Serbia. Gentlemen, you may lag for the break.
And welcome back, everybody, to the European Pool Championships, all the way from the Netherlands, Assen. This is the Predator European Pool Championships. This is the straight pool. We have reached the final, and what a final we have between two very capable players from Portugal at the table, Jorge Tinoco, and his opponent will be Andrea Grosso from Italy in the final. It's a race to 75. The game is straight pool. Our apologies for a slight bit of delay. We were experiencing a little bit of trouble. I hope everybody is settled, drinks, food. I'm ready for a good match, and hopefully you are too. And Tinoco really starting off nicely. I think he does have a nice angle on the 7 to open up the cluster of 6. Stun run. Yeah, you could see he was not very happy with how the balls are spread. The 6 slightly higher than the rack, so not the ideal break shot. And most likely we'll have to shoot the 13 after, so it's not ideally split. Yeah, good shot, nice recovery. Now the 8 does not go by the 14, the green striped 14. So that means you might have to play in between there. It's not easy to get straight enough on the 14 to also leave yourself something on the 8. And of course to play from the 14 near the 5 and then to drop back down for the 8 is also not ideal. The more you move the cue ball around, the more risk you have to lose the cue ball or possibly miss the ball. Jorge Tinoco, who qualified for this final, pretty decent score lines. 75-30 against Pauli Laakso from Finland. Then 75-38 against Sami Kartunen. 75-21 against Hector Ivan Luna. 75 against 30 against Janne Huttunen. So not that many close matches for him in a row. He does leave the 8 as the break shot, and maybe a good choice. Like I said, the 6 ball, I'm not too sure if it was going to work well as the break shot, and still needed to find a way to get on the 8 ball anyways. So first break is coming for this match. I mean, we're now at 13-1. Yeah, also on the other tables, of course, we have the other final going on in the 55 plus category. And then we will have the ladies division starting, I think, tomorrow. They don't do a ladies straight pool division. It's not a very popular discipline nowadays. Gotta say, quite interesting to see 3 Germans in the last 4 in the 55 plus division. The final over there, Martin Steinlage against Reino Wispiski, and that was a little bit of a surprising miss. Like I mentioned, of course, I'm sitting here in the commentary looking forward to a very close match. I mean, sure, it's nice to see someone running 75 and out in the final and win the title, but I have to say, what's better than a sweet, super close victory. Now, for me, the first shot I see from Grosso. Yeah, and it's Mr. 4. Just definitely not one of the nicer shots to get for the opening shot. Yeah, and left quite a bit in the open. Sure, we'll still have to find a way to open the stack. There is a possible 12, 10, 15 combination, so that could help him out. I'm not sure if he likes to go aggressive. The combination always more risky. Does have an angle on the 5 now to run into the stack, but I definitely would like to play this with some pace if you choose to play it. If you play a little bit too soft, the cue ball might stick against the stack. Yeah, so you can see the pace around the table from Tinoco. He must be feeling very confident for this match. Let me see. Obviously, they have played a couple matches already today, so it's either fatigue or feeling strong and in that punch. Like I said, they have played the... Well, depending... No, they have played... This is the 5th match today. I have to say 5 matches of straight pool sets races to 75 could be very tiring. I mean, it's not just only pocketing a couple balls. You always have to think how you're going to open the clusters, which way of the ball you like to be, the angles, what's your break shot. That's definitely something he's struggling with in this rack. Maybe the 15, but could be in the rack. Yeah, let's see what he chooses to play for the pattern. I think he was playing for the 3 in the side. Might have left himself a little bit of a weird angle to hold the cue ball for the 6 in the bottom right or the 14 in the bottom left. This cut suddenly gets a little tougher. Yeah, not very happy. You could see it on his body language there. Now this is the European Pool Championship, so of course only European players join this field. And as we're holding it in the Netherlands, quite some Dutch players in the field. None of them managing to get to the semifinal in the straight pool. You would say with the most players, a country has the best odds, but it's never a guarantee. So, 2 pretty quick runouts after each other for Jorge Tinoco. let's see, in the 45 plus category, 78 players from all across Europe joined the 45 plus category. And in the 55 plus category, there was close to 40 players. So back in the day, both of the categories were put together. So as long as it was 45 plus, I do believe this is the first year that they are making a split in between, and I think it's fair. I mean, if you look at it, some of the pros, I mean, Carlo Biado, for example, is 42 years old. If he would be playing someone that's possibly near 60, I would say he has quite some advantage. So I think it's a nice little addition to the European Senior Championships. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate in my opinion. Straight pool, a great game. Definitely great to play. You can learn a lot playing this game, but yeah, not exactly the most popular discipline. I mean, probably because one player most of the time is in the chair while the other one is shooting. There's no back and forth. So it's difficult. As we see, Andrea Grosso now taking a timeout. I'm not sure whether Tinoco is allowed to still continue his run because it's him at the table. But maybe he chose to wait in his chair. So we will have to wait just a little bit. Maximum 5 minutes for Jorge Tinoco to get going again. In the meantime, Reiner Witzbitsky taking the early lead against Martin Steinlage. German final. I think for most of the people that were trying to do predictions on the straight pool, I'm quite sure a lot of people would have chosen to take a German final somewhere, or a lot of Germans in the field to get far, because that's one of the countries where they, even in the lower leagues, they already start to play straight pool, and their highest runs might be 10 or 15 at a time, but they just really love straight pool. It's kind of, well, if you're a German pool player, it's in your blood to play straight pool. It's really a traditional game for them. So, Andrea Grosso back, and now Tinoco at his break shot. Played it nicely, not too firm. By playing it a little slower, was able to catch the head ball a little fuller. Combination 9-15. If he gets a little bit low, oh, he's played it well. Look at that little stun run on the cue ball. Gives him a really good angle on the 10 to open the stack and always have the insurance ball on the 9. That was kind of free just to be pushing the balls a little, to spread them open just a bit more. Could have done with maybe a little bit more speed. But he's definitely looking strong in the opening stage of this final. Yeah, could possibly, if he has slight bit too much angle on the 11, could shoot the 14 first. Just gotta make sure to either have the 11 or the 5 ball. It's a little bit of a puzzle. Can he play the 11, get on the 3 ball, push the balls open slightly and have the 8 or the 13? But I think he's trying to keep the 11 and the 1 to make sure he always has the break shot. So now make the 3, slight bump onto the 8. biggest problem though is whenever you start to bump into the balls, whenever it's a small cluster like we have now, the 3 balls, that's also where sometimes, just like now, well, he's a little bit lucky in my opinion to get the 12 to the side pocket, but it's very easy to not end up with a shot running into the smaller clusters. So, I mean, nonetheless, it definitely worked out for him, and he's now on his way to taking a 40-point lead, which is already quite something in a race to 75. Yeah, let's see. Has different options. Surprised he's not using the 7 to lay up ideal angle on the break shot. But I think he's playing 11 and then running 2 rails of the 8 to the 4. We'll need some good speed control on this. Near the center of the table would be fine, but well, I have to say he's playing confident, he's playing fast. Just only a small bit of angle on this 4 ball though, but definitely running well. He's now 40 points up in this race to 75. Yeah, this time I'm pretty sure we're going to see the Italian back at the table. Did not manage to land on another opening shot. Now, sure, not a very difficult safety to play. Stop shot on the 15, leave the cue ball with the 2. Or leave it with the 8. Did he leave the window? Yeah, I think he has. I'm surprised he didn't put the cue ball with the 2. The only ball you gotta take care of is making sure the 8 does not stay on. But that means I get to have a nice look on the Italians game. Haven't really seen too much in the later stages of the tournament in the straight pool. I think I did a couple in the early rounds. None of the players that are playing here, so always interesting to see new names on the tour. And now the ball's not laying great to open the stack, and actually he's landed quite a big angle on this 8 ball. Might have to look for somewhat of a combination in the stack, but in that case you would have to pocket the 15. Just wondering, is there a 2-3-5-1 combination or a 7-14-6-10 in the top corner? But nonetheless, I mean, if you play that aggressive, you might also not make it and sell out possibly the whole match. Yeah, I just don't think he had so much on the 15 he just played to open up the stack. So now, does this 10 balls still go. Is he able to make the 10 and get the 2 ball as a break shot to open up the stack? He's playing it to the side. Oh, super tight. And especially I think it's mainly because of the pace that it held up, but it held up so brutally, like it just stayed there. This was close. Oh, well, he's not going to be happy with this either. Pretty much straight on the 2. Was looking for quite some angle. Can he still stun draw after 7 or... Oh, he's managing still. He's managing very nicely, even though you can see you can read him quite well though. Like whenever he plays a not so great shot, he shows us quite a bit. So he was not happy with the last couple shots, that's for sure, but in the end, if you look at this now, it's back in prime shape. Portuguese really running away with the match. A little bit worrying for the Italian. Straight ball can be a funny game. Sometimes your opponent just gets going from the beginning. You feel like every time you open up the balls, things just land a little funny. It's now one stroking at this point. Playing very fast. Yeah, definitely 3 racks away. Slightly more actually, but let's say for Andrea Grosso to come back in this match, at least needs, well, at least a run, like 2 times 20, like let's say 2 racks at a time, but most of it is all Tinoco, who's playing an excellent match. I mean, I'm not saying he's played perfect, but most of the shots he's played, he just kept going. And if your average in the tournament is like 30 or 40 every time you get to the table, well, that's actually quite a good average if you play a race to 75. That means 2, 3, 4 innings, and that's really not that bad. But did scratch there, might have needed a slight bit elevation to curve the cue ball away from the corner. And now, yeah, focus, make the ball, stop the cue ball. Just execution. Comes up with high reward on the 11 to open up the stack. No, he did go very aggressive from the 11 ball in the stack, and he might have landed in no man's land. Yeah, what to play? This is tough. There's no bank. There might be a bank on the orange 5 ball. Could go for a thin combination, 5 into the 15. It's called a 3-ball in the top left corner. Kind of a must make, doesn't want to leave this rack wide in the open. Kind of alright where the cue ball has landed. The biggest problem is just that if Jorge, if he can, well, he might still be able to make the one. Yeah, he has. And look at the spread of the balls. Probably have to cut the 4 in. Problem is, even if Tinoco manages to run these, let's say 14 balls, 13 balls, that means he's like 1 rack away from the title, and just your opponent getting closer and closer is not going to get you fired up too. I mean, obviously it's starting to look devastating. You're starting to see the fact that you might have to settle for the silver medal. Yeah, also on the other table now, Wisbitski, 60. And Wisbitski on 60 against Martin Steinlager with 6 points. So really both players in both finals just making a big run for the title. Yeah, I do believe we still have some more matches to come tonight. I do believe there's one more round. I think it's the first round of the 10 ball. Well, that's one of the rare misses. Now, you would say this is at least an open opportunity for Grosso to get going, to at least get the blood pumping and the stroke in the shot. Just was stopped on the break shot there earlier on. Got ball in kitchen, made a nice opening shot, opened the cluster but landed with nothing. Is he going to pick up the 2? What's his plan with the break shot? That's another one. Could possibly shoot the 10 as a break shot to the left middle. In that case, I probably would play 2, 5, 13, get to the 8, and then stay on that side to have angle towards the stack. Could also have played 2, 13, run the cue ball around the angles, 3 rails from 5 to the 8. A little bit of a preference. Just doesn't want to be on the rail, and he is straight, and that combination, of course he still has a little bit to do with the cue ball. It's not frozen to the rail, but is he going to draw? And on the rail. Poof. Does have the angle on the 10, and I think he can go forward to bump the stack, but the problem is with being so close to the rail, it's really awkward to put big pace on the cue ball. And if you play too soft, cue ball might stick with the stack. So we'll have to come up with a beautiful stroke on this 10 ball. Andrea Grosso coming back slightly into this final, but still 42 points behind. So 3 racks behind. Now, of course, everybody that's a big fan of sports in general would love to see this turn out into a great match, but we'll still have to put in a lot of work if you look at this spread. Not so many balls near the rack, not easy to split the pack. Does not have an insurance ball either now. Like, I think he's all right on this combination 13-8, but that's what I mentioned. Like, it's so easy when you don't have that backup ball. It's easy to run into the stack and not have another shot available. I think I might rather shoot the combination 13-8 than the bank on the one, but that's also an option. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I have to say, I was not expecting him to miss that. He played it kind of soft. Maybe stun was more comfortable. On the other side, I mean, could have also have gotten an easier shot, of course, after that break shot. So now it's all back to Jorge Tinoco. Yeah, now is he going? I think he's playing for the 15. Like, you see most of the balls lining up to neither of the corners. 5, 11, 3, 9. All of them kind of impossible for the offense until you play the bump into them. Yeah, let's see. Could go 2 rails forward to play the 4 in the top left. And if he doesn't get nicely on the 4, has the 1 ball as the backup. He chose to nudge the balls a bit there and, well, pushed it to another cluster. 4, 9, 12. Quite off angle 5 ball, but this is not the point where you're gonna play safe. You kind of have to go. 15 points away. Yeah, good pot. Nice little nudge off the 12. But what can he do with that little cluster? Well, does that 4-ball go by the 9? I don't think it does. No, I think he's played for the 1 to go over to the 11. Haven't really seen many safety battles. Quite aggressive play from both. Well, might have landed a little straight. Then still could maybe play for the 9 in one of the bottom corners. Corners to the right of the table. No, oh. Well, I have a feeling we're gonna see a safety. This run is over. And I have a feeling the clapping in the background is for Rainer Wisbicki. He's our European 55 plus straight pool champion. Congratulations, of course, to Rainer and to Martijn Steinlaag, of course. Both played probably a very strong day today. But in the end, we can only have one winner. Yeah, I have to say, Andrea did make a foul there, and I might just nick the cue ball and take another foul. But he's played an okay shot. He might have left something aggressive. Andrea could bank the 4-ball and have the 3 to the top left, but we're going to have a safety battle on our hands. Oh, I'm not sure if that 3-ball is gonna... Oh, might be on the cut. Might be a cut on the 3-ball. Yeah, of course, don't forget, the shot clock is also on there. So that is putting both players under more pressure. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Good shot there from Jorge, putting the cue ball just to where it doesn't matter if Andrea plays over the left side of the 4 or the right side. It's most likely to give something. The only place I could see is maybe nick the 4 and get the cue ball in the rack, but wow, he did play the 4-ball there. What a shot that was. Keeping his hopes alive, but needs another one on this 9. Not just to make the 9, but probably low right spin. Leave angle on the 3-ball. Well, he's played the short side. This is not an easy shot by any means, especially because you still have to cut it quite a bit. You have to play it with high pace. And well, the cue ball is always running into the stack, so that's the good news, but he also knows that one more mistake There's now 15 balls back at the table. One more mistake and Tinoco could close out the match. Yeah, and he's missed it. And what is he gonna give to the man from Portugal? At least distance, but I do believe the 6 ball is on. And especially if the 5 ball goes to the corner. I don't think it does, so has to do a little bit more with the cue ball. Oh, I would say that's the definition of a little bit. He threw the cue ball straight back. And now the opportunity to close it out. 10 balls to go. 14 on the table. So has to leave 4 on the table and did play that a little bit soft. So awkward cueing to play the 3 ball. Does run into the balls quite softly though, and is still managing, so far so good. Has the 4 available. Has the 14 available. Oh, and that's a little bit of a fortunate bump there. Bumped the 9 ball over nicely. Developing the 8. And if you consider the 8, 9, 15, 2, 4 all available. The 1 does go, so he could tap the 9 in, get on the 1. Eventually just opening pockets for the other. If he takes the 1 out, the 10 does go. What a chance to become the 45 plus European straight pull champion for Jorge Tinoco. Yeah, I gotta say, only a handful of mistakes overall in this match. They really did not give us a real battle to watch. And that's mainly because of this man at the table who's playing excellent stuff. I think overall every time he got to the table he ran either 15, 20 or slightly more. I think we've seen a couple 20, 25s. And the scores just went really fast. 2 balls to go. 12 and the 4. And this is it. So the man from Portugal, Jorge Tinoco, is our new 45 plus European straight pull champion. Congratulations. Beautiful performance. Also congratulations of course to Andrea Grosso. Fortunately could not get going in this final, but he still has 3 more disciplines to go to get the gold. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Don't forget, we still have the 10 ball starting, 1 more round tonight at 7:30 local time. So hopefully we'll see you then. Tim de Ruiter for now signing off, and well, enjoy. We still have plenty more to come. See you later.